I'll come out and
How come?
Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 3:28 p.m. The Subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Environment and Climate Change, as outlined in Resolution E7. And just let me... Resolved that the sum not exceeding $37,901,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Environment and Climate Change, pursuant to the estimate. Okay, so now I'll invite the Minister of Environment and Climate Change to continue his opening remarks from last evening. He has 14 minutes remaining in his hour intro. And if he again wishes to introduce his staff to the committee, if there's anyone new, please do so. So I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Chair, I was very near the end of my opening remarks when we ran out of time last evening. And Mr. Chair, it was important to me in my opening remarks to provide a clear picture of the work being done within the department and the priority this government places on the environment and responding to climate change. I think it is clear with all the work currently underway within the department that we have a plan for the path forward and to meet our global climate responsibilities. Mr. Chair, we will be releasing the Provincial Risk Assessment and Climate Plan this spring, and we are working on the next iteration of a carbon pricing program to meet federal requirements. And we have started working on implementing many of the goals in the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act based on the timelines enshrined in the Act. Mr. Chair, we're also working to protect more of Nova Scotians' land and water mass. We are consulting on extended producer responsibility for printed paper and packaging. We are investing in energy efficiency programs of low income and for marginalized groups. And we are working to finalize regulations to protect our coastal line and development from increasing coastal erosion due to climate change. Mr. Chair, when we left off last evening, I was explaining my role as regulator in ensuring all Nova Scotians are protected from environmental harm. Mr. Chair, this means treating all Nova Scotians fairly and equitably. We must do better and ensure every Nova Scotian has equitable access to a healthy, safe, and sustainable environment, and equal protection from environmental harm. We recognize that not everyone will be impacted the same by climate change. Efforts will need to support those most vulnerable as we care for each other and the environment. Mr. Chair, we know we need to make a space for the input of community leaders to help guide us forward. And working together, we can ensure project decisions that affect communities are fair and are equitable. And we know we need to build trust and genuine relationships. This is the foundation from where we must start. Equity will guide us every step of the way, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, I want to conclude my remarks by acknowledging the advice of the Ministers' Roundtable on Environment and Sustainable Prosperity in guiding our work. There's amazing individuals on the Ministers' Roundtable, and I certainly enjoy my interactions with them. Mr. Chair, I look forward to the ongoing collaboration with the Roundtable members and with other departments and our partners on the issues important to Nova Scotians. Mr. Chair, I am extremely humbled and honored and proud to be the Minister of Environment and Climate Change at this pivotal time in our history. And Mr. Chair, as you know, I take my duties and responsibilities very seriously. And that being said, Mr. Chair, I am now happy to engage in discussion, and I am happy to now take questions from members. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
According to the practice that is developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses take turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour. During a caucus's turn, the members within the caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimate and resolution. Only the minister may answer questions. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. So to begin the examination, I now recognize the official opposition. I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for appearing today, and look forward to our conversation. I want to acknowledge your speech and your commitment to the environment, and I also know from my 145 short days I had in your chair that you've got some very talented and dedicated staff surrounding you, including communications staff that advise their ministers to stretch their answers out long. That was the advice I got last year, so I'm sure you've got the same advice. So I will be trying to have a few more kind of yes or no questions through the course of our conversation here and see if we can get through as much as we can. Minister, just following up on your opening comments with respect to you and your role as the Environment Minister, you state that this is the most pressing issue facing Nova Scotia is in climate change, and that 81% of Nova Scotians want action, quick and bold action. I'm wondering, Minister, how you rectify that or square that with your government's laser-focused priority of healthcare, and then now the secondary issue of housing. How are you, as minister, going to keep environment at the level of importance that it deserves, considering the other pressures and priorities within this government?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for their question, and thank you for your service in your time here at Environment and Climate Change. I know you and I very much, we're united in terms of how important this issue is. It's a very important question that you ask. Upon being named to this position, I didn't wait for the budget. I moved quickly to signal to Nova Scotians that they have a minister who, and a government, of course, that prioritizes environment and climate change policy, and that's why we moved quickly to pass the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act in our first sitting as a government. 28 goals legislated. Achievable goals, challenging goals, but goals that signal to Nova Scotians that climate change policy is a top priority. Even before the budget, we've, as the member may know, Mr. Chair, I mean, we have made significant investments in energy efficiency, $57 million, $57 million to energy efficiency through natural resources and renewables. And just this fiscal, we've invested $44.9 million in things like solar homes. That was $8 million. Home energy assessments, another $8 million. Affordable housing retrofits, $2 million. Floodline mapping, $1 million. The Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund, $15 million. $2 million for BIPOC and Mi'kmaq energy training. $1.5 million for industrial on-site energy managers. $1.5 million for the Next Ride program. Which, as a matter of fact, Minister Rushton and I just participated in that a couple weeks ago and had an opportunity to test drive 2 vehicles. Just amazing, an amazing program. $1 million for the apartment and condo EV charging. 1.5 million for solar for not-for-profits, and 1.5 million for off-oil residential investment pilots. And along with these investments, we've also invested heavily in building up the climate change unit, bringing on new FTEs, utilizing green fund resources to build up that unit. So, Mr. Chair, as minister, I didn't wait for the budget. I got to work right away. And certainly, I believe, Mr. Chair, the investments that have taken place, I think signal to Nova Scotians that we're moving towards climate change mitigation and adaptation policies that are going to really set the course for the next number of years. And there's lots more on the way. As I indicated in my opening remarks, we have the climate risk assessment, which will be coming out this spring, to be followed up with the climate change plan, which is going to outline our steps to achieving our goals in the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act. So, Mr. Chair, the staff here, myself, no one's marking time here. They're working very hard because they know that this is the issue of our times. And when I chat public policy or just politics with my kids, it's always about what the future is going to look like, how climate change is going to impact. Even when I was teaching in the classroom, this was a topic that came up time and time again, and rightly so. And it's just not the youth of Nova Scotia that are concerned about the future on this particular file. The numbers speak for itself. Well over 80% of Nova Scotians have indicated, this is a top priority, and that's why we didn't wait. We got to it right away by bringing in legislation that has the strongest greenhouse gas emission reductions targets in Canada, targets to preserve 20% of land and water, targets to get us to 2030 with 80% renewables, 30% of vehicles are to be electric vehicles by 2030. Look, these are achievable goals. They're challenging goals, but they're goals. Certainly, my time as minister, I'm committed to working to each and every day. So there's a lot going on here, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much, Minister. Yes, I'm certainly aware of the spending that's happening with the green funds from the cap and trade program. But I think I want to get to your business plan and exactly how you are going to implement that bill and who's actually doing that work. So I'm going to get to that. And before I begin that, the consultation on the environmental goals and climate change plan for clean growth, I think, touches on an overarching theme in the introduction of the concerns by Nova Scotians. And I just want to quote from those that participated. From that report, it says, would this process result in real action or just more reports? Will the government be transparent and accountable in this process, but also in the implementation, measurement, and reporting progress towards goals under the plan? Would it set real targets and abide by them? So, Minister, that's the challenge I think you have for Nova Scotians. And I guess my question, yes or no, did the minister submit his timeline that was required in his mandate letter on a plan, a timeline to execute all items in his mandate letter?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the honourable member for their question. Certainly, any questions related to accountability and transparency, I know certainly that this matters to Nova Scotians. So to answer your question, yes, that has been submitted. The due diligence has taken place. Along the theme of transparency and accountability, one of the principles of the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, embedded in that act, is that we have to submit an annual report to the legislature every July. So you can expect the first report to be coming this July, and an update on where we're at in achieving our environmental and climate change goals.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you very much, Minister. I was looking for a yes or a no. Anyway, thank you for the yes. So, Minister, we made a FOIPOP request for a copy of that timeline. That was simply part of your mandate letter that says you are going to do what's publicly available in a mandate letter that has been released to the public, and that timeline is basically how you were going to, the timeline that you're going to do that. So how do you square, when we FOIPOP this, the complete redaction of any information in that with what I'm sure is a commitment by you and the department for transparency? Are you truly uncomfortable with releasing the timeline of your work?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And as the member knows, as a former minister, that there are government-wide guidelines with respect to FOIPOP, and that those things are handled not at the ministerial level; those things are handled at the department level. With respect to the question around transparency. As I previously indicated, there's an annual report that's due to the legislature on how we're achieving these goals. And I look forward to submitting that first one in July because we've moved quickly to get going on many of these goals. And I just like to highlight the great work that's been done by our Sustainability and Applied Science Division on expanded EPR. They've been working very hard, that division, on targeted consultation for the circular economy, for expanded EPR, for printed paper and packaging. So there's lots going on, and Nova Scotians will get an annual update from my department on how we're achieving those goals. And I believe that is a very strong mechanism of accountability and transparency. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you very much, Minister. Yes or no, is there anything in the mandate letter that you advise the Premier that cannot be achieved?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. No doubt the member has read the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, and many of the mandates that I have in my letter are embedded in ACRA. And so I'm fully committed to that mandate letter, and obviously since ACRA is the law, I follow the law, and fully committed to that mandate letter, and fully committed to the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Minister, I think I know the answer to, or how you will answer this, but to get it on the record, many of the items in the Act have deadlines of 2030 and 2035, and we obviously advocate it and put amendments forward for interim targets that were voted down. Do you believe interim targets are needed for these long-range goals? And if so, will we see them, given your budget and business plan, are done for the next, your budget and business plan are completed for the next year? Are we going to see any interim targets tried to be achieved this year? Are interim targets going to be in the climate plan?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the member for the question. This is important, and I need to reiterate the fact that in the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, we have the commitment of annual reporting, and we're restoring that. That didn't always happen under the previous government, and EGCRA commits us through that act to restoring that annual reporting on how we're meeting targets. And please remember the targets we've established within EGCRA. These are foundational targets. These are floors, not ceilings. So these are bold, ambitious targets, but they are achievable targets. And we anticipate when we release the climate plan that we're going to have specifics in that, clear actions outlined. And along with that, Mr. Chair, we have lots of interactions with the roundtable. I meet with them every 2 months and really value their input. They certainly provide many great recommendations and ideas to discuss. So with that, again, with that annual reporting through EGCRA, I believe that is the real strength to that bill. That act that reinforces how key accountability and transparency is, and as the climate plan, once the climate plan is released, you'll see more specifics outlined in that plan.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly, I'm sure Nova Scotians are very hopeful that we will see that in the plan. I think it goes without saying that if we're going to have 30% electric vehicles by 2030, that we can't wait till 2029 to get working on that. So I do know your staff will be conscientious about this. My hope is that you are forceful enough at the cabinet table to get your staff the resources needed to drive this important agenda. So let's move now to the budget, and I'm just trying to reconcile, and I know the budget has been challenged with, I guess, two events: the department needing to increase staff in response to COVID. So that has bumped up the actuals in 2021, and as well the removal of the 59 FTEs over to natural resources and renewables. And I thank the minister for letting us know about the 59. I was calculating it out and making a guess. It was about 57, but. So let's just go to the budget. By my numbers, it appears once you back out what I'm assuming is letting go of staff that were border agents, et cetera, hired on for COVID, and moving the 57 FTEs out of the budget over to natural resources. I went back to 2020, 2021, backing out numbers pre-COVID, and it appears the budget for the department has increased by about $800,000, $808,000 over 2 years. So 2.2% over 2 years, less than 1% a year. And given salary costs being a significant portion of any government department's budget, and I think this year the salaries are increasing by 2%. I can't remember what it was last year, whether it was 1 or 1.5 or 2. But clearly your budget has dropped. Do you agree?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for their question. I just want to indicate that when it comes to environment and climate change policy, EGCRA, it's comprehensive what EGCRA has done to government departments. So while we're the face and the lead, it's 12 government departments now that have climate change priorities and policies. So this is embedded across government. It's an all hands on deck approach. Now, with respect to this budget, we have seen reductions, and that's explained to the transfer of the 59 conservation officers over to natural resources and renewables. And Mr. Chair, as I indicated in my opening remarks, I mean, that department is best aligned with the mandates of our conservation officers, who I have the utmost respect for and appreciate, and I know Nova Scotians appreciate and value the work that they do. So that change is reflected in the budget, along with, Mr. Chair, the 24 border liaison officers. And I want to take this opportunity and thank them for the support and work they did on behalf of Nova Scotians at a very challenging time in the history of our province. So yes, we have seen those reductions, but those reductions are of a human resources nature. But then we've also seen additions as well. We've seen additions to 3 meat inspectors. We've seen additions to FTEs to our climate change division. And again, this work was accomplished. We didn't wait for the budget. We got to work on this right away. And certainly, these additions highlight, just how important this is. So, Mr. Chair, again, these reductions are simply a reflection on the change in human resources. And again, the border liaison officers, a big thank you to them for the support they offered Nova Scotians. And we believe that the conservation officers are even more set up for success by being over at natural resources and renewables. And along with that, they'll continue to work with us in our inspection, compliance, and enforcement division, with the protected areas and wilderness areas. And we certainly have a great relationship with them. But Mr. Chair, I mean, those reductions are a reflection on changes in human resources.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you very much. Perhaps the minister didn't fully understand what I laid out there. Going back and looking at previous budgets and backing out those FTEs going over natural resources and backing out the 24, I had 22.9, so I'm getting a little bit in line with you in terms of where the FTEs are going. But taking into inflation, the department budget is lower than it was 2 years ago. I do acknowledge that there are additional FTEs, Minister, and I was going to ask a question to try and get to the bottom of that, but I think we've got a general sense of it. The inspection and compliance being reduced by 79.9, those 80. And then you're suggesting that there's, anyway, I won't get too long into the numbers. We've got 8 new meat inspectors. We have a couple more in sustainable and applied technologies, and we have 9.7 in the climate change department. So there are some increases there, but those increases are within your existing budget. So, Minister, it would appear that you have now less program dollars to do your work in your $37.9 million budget. Could you briefly outline where some of your program reductions are to cover off those additional FTEs that you are now paying for out of a flat or slightly lower budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the 15 years I spent teaching high school, I always would remind my students, just how critical it is before you arrive at a conclusion to always, consult multiple sources. And you have to remember, the budget is key. The budget is very important, but there are many other sources to consult, and certainly what you see in our budget are the what's necessary for operations, but there's a lot going on, Mr. Chair. I mean, you look at the investments that have been made in 2020 and 2021 for climate change mitigation and adaptation. These are significant investments. Let's take solar homes, for example, which was launched in 2018. In this fiscal alone, Mr. Chair, 5.5 million. And this 5.5 million offers incentives to single-family homes, which are detached, semi-detached, townhouses, row houses, and mobile homes, to install solar PV systems. And the rebate makes solar PV more affordable. It saves participants money on their electricity bills and reduces greenhouse gas emissions. This investment makes a significant difference in the lives of Nova Scotians. 4,750,000 this fiscal year, 2020-2021. This provides energy efficiency home upgrades at no charge to eligible Nova Scotia homeowners. To qualify for the program, the total household income must be within the low income cutoff figures set by Statistics Canada, plus an additional 15%. Investment is for non-electrically heated homes. Again, another significant investment made this year by the government. 11,450,000 this fiscal for affordable multifamily housing. And I'd like to tell you a little bit about this, Mr. Chair. The Affordable Multifamily Housing Program offers financial incentives to owners of affordable rental units and nonprofit organizations to complete efficiency upgrades. These upgrades will help Nova Scotians living on lower incomes save money on their monthly energy bills and make their homes more comfortable. Efficiency Nova Scotia arranges no-cost energy audits and works with participants to prioritize upgrades and ensure the work meets auditor recommendations. Participants work with the contractor of their choice and receive rebates, 11,450,000 to the affordable multifamily housing. I want to tell you, Mr. Chair, a little bit about the Small Business and Not-for-Profit Energy Solutions Program that the government invested in this fiscal, 3,521,300. And Mr. Chair, this offers rebates for energy saving measures, such as energy audits and products, such as heat pumps, for small business, not-for-profit, and institutional customers in Nova Scotia that heat using electricity. The investment expanded eligibility to those who heat with propane, natural gas, diesel, or furnace oil. Mr. Chair, the Clean Leadership Program, a phenomenal program for our youth. 2 million invested this fiscal. And this provides subsidized summer internships in environmental fields. This program very much facilitates the next generation of environmental leaders, climate change leaders that we need. The program supports small and medium-sized employers through the wage subsidy and offers assistance with human resources and payroll support. The investment established a climate change cohort of interns within the Clean Leadership Program over the next 5 years, and they'll work on clean growth and climate adaptation projects. So much more, Mr. Speaker. 318,900 for the Climate Adaptation Leadership Program. 200,500 for the Climate Change Risk Assessment. And this, Mr. Chair, will provide reliable information that government and others, such as municipalities and business, can use to better understand and address risks, take advantage of opportunities, and adapt to the changing climate. The risk assessment is going to consider Nova Scotians' well-being when assessing climate change risks, including identifying risks to communities, environment, economy, infrastructure, as well as exploring social, economic, and geographic differences. And this risk assessment we plan to be releasing this spring. Look, these are significant investments, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we've invested $923,000 with the Western Climate Initiative, and the Green Fund provides the annual contribution for the Western Climate Initiative for Nova Scotia's participation in the WCI. $78,600 for a Green Fund coordinator. And this coordinator is housed in the Department of Environment and Climate Change and is responsible for the day-to-day operations of the Green Fund. The position salary, as indicated, is covered by the Green Fund. We look at the investment of $104,500 into Climate Atlantic, and Environment and Climate Change Canada led the procurement process to select and establish Climate Atlantic, and this is a nonprofit entity based out of New Brunswick, to host the Climate Adaptation Services Center. And the organization will receive resources from its provincial and federal partners to provide locally tailored climate data, information, training, and other client supports. This work will enable the province and other Nova Scotia clients to consider the impacts of climate change in planning and decision-making. Mr. Chair, this fiscal, under this government, $2 million for affordable housing retrofits. These were upgrades affordable 1 and 2 unit housing in Cape Breton to be more energy efficient, reducing costs and greenhouse gas emissions. Upgrades will include energy efficiency measures such as building envelope upgrades, such as insulation, efficient lighting, and air sealing. We see panel upgrades in this investment, smart thermostats, removal of oil heating equipment, an oil tank, and replacement with central heat pumps and heat pump and hot water heaters. The Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing, in partnership with the Clean Foundation, they've completed energy assessments for each of the identified units using funding provided by the Low Carbon Communities Program. As I indicated, $8 million, Mr. Chair, for solar homes, $8 million for home energy assessment, the off-oil program. The home energy assessment off-oil program is administered by Efficiency Nova Scotia, and this provides low-cost, subsidized energy assessments to participants and incentives up to $5,000 for energy efficiency retrofits. I want to tell you a little bit about the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund. This fiscal, Mr. Chair, $15 million to the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund. And this is a goal established in ECRA, in the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act. And this is to create competitive opportunities for our communities to undertake climate change mitigation and adaptation initiatives. The fund will be administered by a partner organization and will provide additional financial support to implement transformative projects that reduce greenhouse gas emissions and prepare for the impacts. Floodline mapping, $1 million for floodline mapping this fiscal by this government, a collaborative initiative between Municipal Affairs and Housing, Environment and Climate Change, and GeoNova to provide communities throughout Nova Scotia with coastal and inland floodplain maps that incorporate climate change. The project aims to reduce disaster-related financial losses for all levels of government and reduce risk by developing new tools, building capacity to implement flood risk information, and enhancing climate change resiliency. Floodline maps are also used to inform land use planning, the siting of new developments, emergency management, and local level decision making. Mr. Chair, this government's not marking time. We're making a difference. We're making a big difference. And these investments, while I articulate them, let's not forget they have a huge impact on improving the quality of lives for Nova Scotians. 250,000 was invested for staffing resources. 1.5 million was invested for industrial on-site energy managers to expand the on-site energy manager program to medium and large electricity consuming industrial facilities. And this is facilitated by Efficiency One. 1.5 million for the off-oil residential incentive pilot. Mr. Chair, this new off-oil pilot program will work directly with homeowners who wish to eliminate the use of furnace oil at their home. While most of the participants in existing programs retain oil as a supplementary or backup heating source, this new off-oil will require all oil heating equipment to be removed and replaced with an electric-based heating system. The objectives of the pilot are to understand the barriers to completely removing oil systems from homes in Nova Scotia, including knowledge, technical, and financial barriers. The pilot will work directly with up to 100 homeowners across Nova Scotia. The relatively small number of homes is intentional. Efficiency One will have a dedicated staff resource to work directly with the homeowner and tradespeople. Mr. Chair, $1 million invested this fiscal by this government for apartment and condo EV charging. And certainly that's something I hear a lot from my constituents. Certainly I represent a very suburban area of HRM, and many of my friends and neighbors have expressed to me, I want to get an EV, but we need to see more investments in the infrastructure. And certainly, with this government, you're seeing us moving on that. And so this $1 million investment, the apartment and condo EV charging infrastructure program, this is a new pilot program with the goal to incent the installation of level 2 smart charging station in new and existing condos and apartments. Existing buildings would be eligible to receive up to $2,500 incentive per charger installation and the cost of study design documents. New builds would receive a reduced incentive to install smart chargers. And the program is anticipated to be offered for 2 years and be launched within 3 months after signing of the agreement. The program will be delivered by Efficiency One. Mr. Chair, I want to tell you about the government's investment of $2 million into the BIPOC, the Black, Indigenous, People of Color, and Mi'kmaq Energy Training Program. The clean energy training pilots were launched in 2021 with the support from NRR, ECC, Employment Nova Scotia, and the Native Council of Nova Scotia. The pilots included recruitment, design, and development of clean energy training and skills development programs, and have successfully trained people from underrepresented groups to become energy advisors and clean energy tradespeople. And let me tell you, Mr. Chair, I had the opportunity to visit Scott Skinner and his amazing colleagues at the Clean Foundation a few weeks ago to get a fantastic briefing on this amazing program, and to see these investments making a real difference in the lives of Nova Scotians. This fiscal, Mr. Chair, this government invested $1.5 million in the Next Ride EV engagement campaign. And Mr. Rushton and I had a great time participating in that. What a dynamic group of people they have running that program. And I've noticed, for a lot of folks, one of the obstacles at times is just sort of, getting comfortable and getting familiar with the technology related to EV vehicles. And they're fantastic Next Ride at making you feel comfortable and getting out there and test driving this. So, Mr. Chair, Next Ride, this is an award-winning EV engagement campaign that allows people to test drive, learn about EVs without any sales pressure to buy, and find local EV dealerships. And I know anecdotally from being an MLA, just hearing from my residents that, we are seeing a big demand for EVs. and rightly so. We understand why, but also I think, Mr. Chair, it's because people know that this is the way of the future. And look, education and marketing are essential complements to charging infrastructure and purchase incentives for encouraging Nova Scotians to purchase EVs and help achieve legislated targets. So the Green Fund investment will provide stable funding for 3 years to expand the marketing campaign for Next Ride, to target, how shall we say, mainstream consumers, further develop staff expertise related to charging infrastructure to support organizations with their charging questions, develop more focus on rural communities, build better relationships with auto dealerships to ensure their staff and knowledgeable about EVs and to help ease supply chain constraints, focus on systematically underrepresented communities, such as African Nova Scotian and our Francophone speaking communities and Acadian community. Again, Mr. Chair, these are significant investments made by the government. It highlights, the level of priority we have with sustainable development. 1.5 million for solar homes for not-for-profits. And this came from the Green Fund to Efficiency One to expand the successful solar home incentives program for nonprofit organizations. Expansions of eligibility will allow churches, food banks, and other registered nonprofit organizations to receive a rebate for the installation of PV systems. And in total, this fiscal, this government has invested $44.9 million, to be specific, $44,936,670. These are significant investments, Mr. Chair, that show Nova Scotians that this government takes climate change, takes sustainable development very, very seriously. And I look forward to working with the staff here over hopefully the next number of years to continue to make these investments that we know are right for Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your second reading of your speech. First of all, I don't need a teacher to help me read the budget. With all due respect, sir. And I am actually quite surprised that the Chair of Finance and Treasury Board is taking light about the budget. You have a responsibility, sir. You have a responsibility to the people of Nova Scotia to answer questions. You spoke at length in your speech about how important this was and how you, sir, were going to be accountable to Nova Scotians. What the citizens of Nova Scotia just witnessed was an old political ploy of filibustering, sitting there reading documents. Estimates is a time in which a minister is accountable. I asked for yes and no responses to very simple questions. And I got an encyclopedia response. This is very disappointing. This is a very important issue. You acknowledged it with words, but your actions, sir, make a mockery of accountability with respect to the environment. I asked some fairly fair questions based on the black and white numbers in the budget. If we as opposition members can't use our precious little time and estimates to ask ministers questions to make them accountable for their budgets, and we get filibustered, and I know it's been done before, you're not the first, but to do it on such an important subject where 81% of Nova Scotians want action. They don't want words, sir. I feel bad for your staff, sir. They need a leader who's going to be accountable, who's going to lead them. This is the existential threat. This has thousands of people marching in the streets, and we have a minister who wants to read about it. I think we can do better, Minister. You've got 4 years. Let's go back to a couple questions. Minister, your business plan. Page and a half here. There are only 2 items here that you are going to complete under the business plan. And I know the staff are working on many other things. They're going to begin preliminary work on this, and they will continue to develop that. And I know some of these takes times, but I think what Nova Scotians are looking for is things to be completed in the next year. And right now they're having a climate change plan for clean growth being completed. I know a lot of good work is going into that. And the province-wide climate change risk. Those are the only 2 commitments in your business plan. And I do know there's a lot of work. And there are 28 goals in the Act. And there actually, I've got 37 actions here that you and 11 other departments are working on. So my question, Minister, is what is your role in the elements of this Act that do not fully or partially apply to your department? So if we're phasing out 80% of electricity in the province, is it you accountable to deliver on that goal, or is it the Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables? So what is your role? What is your leadership role at the cabinet table? Or are you simply taking some of these goals and saying that's your responsibility, and in the next set of estimates, you're not going to answer these questions and be accountable for them? We should be asking another minister. So is there a role as the minister to oversee all of the work required over those 12 departments, or are they working separately from your leadership?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And certainly, by passing the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, that act has instilled environmental climate change policy as a priority to government. And certainly I know the member is very passionate about this issue, and rightly so. I mean, you've certainly indicated we know it is an existential crisis, and that's why I took time to highlight $44.9 million in actions that government has taken over the last few months. And I think it's really important to take time so folks understand. Those just aren't words. That $44.9 million has made a big difference in the lives of Nova Scotians in terms of climate change policy. So with respect to the question, Mr. Chair, and in terms of accountability, EGCRA has created shared responsibilities. While often this department and this minister is the face of climate change policy and environmental stewardship, certainly when it comes to climate change policies, it's across 12 departments. And the major formal mechanism of that accountability and transparency will manifest itself every July when a report has to be tabled to the legislature, sent to the legislature on how we're achieving our goals, to give an update. So that annual reporting is critical, and Nova Scotians can expect that first report this July.
Order. The time has elapsed for the official opposition. Just a reminder that questions come through the chair as do the answers. Okay, thank you. Now it's time for the NDP caucus. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister for, serving us as minister, and thank you to the minister's staff, who I know are behind, I think I'm assuming flanking him out of off camera. But hello to them, and thank you for their hard work. I just wanted to start by picking up on a couple of things that I've heard in the last hour. Twice now, and just now, the minister referenced that investments in environment and climate change or climate change reduction policy span 12 departments, which makes sense to me. It makes sense that this is that all hands must be on deck to solve this crisis, or to act, on this crisis. But as head of the Treasury Board, I'm wondering, it seems to me that the minister would be very familiar with what investments those are and, in what departments. And it doesn't appear when we do a sort of a quick scan, at least of the budget documents for any of departments, that there's a whole bunch of money dedicated to climate change. So I'm wondering if the minister could produce for us, obviously not right now, but if you could commit to producing, if the minister could commit to producing a list of where those investments are across those other departments.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for their question. And it's important to highlight that the work that that AGCRA establishes, all this work is ongoing. And you've heard that ongoing work highlighted by ministers. I recall just the other day sitting in at the estimates for the Department of Agriculture, and Minister Morrow highlighting a webinar he and I attended together back in February, I believe it was, on agriculture and the impacts of climate change on agriculture. So you see that coordination. I've met with many of my colleagues, ministerial colleagues, specifically to discuss climate change. And certainly, when we talk about these departments, we're looking at agriculture and public works, obviously natural resources and renewables, education, economic development, just to name a few, and how AGCRA impacts all those departments. And if you look at many of the mandate letters, you certainly have big elements of greening our society. And within the structure of government, we also have had at the deputy level deputies meeting to discuss the impacts of climate change. And of course, I mean, as I said, in this fiscal, I mean, you saw a lot of action taken. These just aren't words. I mean, these are action. $57 million through natural resources and renewables, $57 million in December for energy efficiency. I mean, that translates into real action. $44.9 million this fiscal in Green Fund, which I took some time to highlight those actions, those concrete actions that have been taking place. And then, of course, as I said, the work is ongoing, Mr. Chair. Nova Scotians can expect the climate risk assessment, which is one of the goals of AGCRA that needs to be fulfilled this year, and we're working on that, and we'll have that ready to go in the spring. We have our climate change plan, which is going to outline the steps we'll be taking to meet our AGCRA goals. So there's a lot going on. The work is ongoing, and I can assure the honourable member that there's a lot of work taking place, bilaterally in terms of ministers meeting, ministers discussing, and at the deputy level and in the senior civil service as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I guess I'll take that as a no, you can't produce those numbers or the minister can't produce those numbers. Look, I don't want to play the games that were just played with my colleague from the Liberal Party. It's too big a topic to be wasting time doing this, and I really believe that the folks that work in the Department of Climate Change don't want to waste time either. So I'm going to ask some different questions and hoping that the minister might get some advice to actually answer the questions. And I mean that in a very genuine and very respectful way. This is it's too important to be evading questions. I just wanted to know if we could see where the investments are in other departments. So I'm gonna skip around a little bit, but I'd like to talk about protected land. So the province has a goal of protecting 20% of Nova Scotia land by 2030. So before I ask any other questions, I'd like to ask why there is no interim target for 2025, which would be in the mandate of this government.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. 20% of land and water to be protected by 2030. And this is an ambitious goal. It's an achievable goal. It's an increase from the 13%, the previous goal. So certainly, look, I mean, we're looking at completing that 2013 Parks and Protected Area. Currently, right now, we have about 12.8% of land protected. So we know we have a lot of work to do. There's lots of work taking place between environment and climate change and natural resources and renewables. And in AGCRA, we have the goal of developing a land strategy to get to that 20% by 2023. Also, there's the Federal Challenge Fund that we're a part of as well. So I want to assure the member that there's a lot of great work taking place between the two departments, and this is an ambitious goal, but it's definitely achievable. And I want to assure the honourable member that there's lots of work taking place on that.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. So the minister just mentioned the 2013 Parks and Protected Areas Plan. And mentioned the 12.8. We're about at 12.8%, and then that plan is completed. My understanding is we'd be at about 14%. So clearly there would be more work to do to get us to 20. Has the minister determined that any areas currently in the 2013 Parks and Protection Area Plan are likely to be removed from the list?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And I want to assure the member we're doing all that we can to move as expeditiously to complete that 2013 plan. I know this is very important to Nova Scotians, the preservation of land and water. So we're working very, very hard to finish that plan. There are some sites that are privately held that aren't in our control, but we are working diligently towards completing that. As I indicated, we're at about 12.8% of protection, but we're working expeditiously to get to that 13%, and then from there we get to work on developing that land strategy to get to that 20%, and that needs to be completed by 2023.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The minister voted against the Owl's Head Act last fall. Will the minister be bringing in legislation that prevents areas from being delisted behind closed doors without public consultation?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for their question. So in terms of my focus, it's definitely on what's outlined in my mandate letter, certainly what's indicated in the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, and certainly moving forward and as expeditiously as possible on finishing that 2013 plan. So those are among many other things. Those are some of the key things I'm very much focused on.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
I'm wondering if the minister can give us an update on both the proposed Archibald Lake Wilderness Area and the Ingram River Wilderness Area. When can we expect to see decisions on those two areas?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question on Archibald Lake and Ingram. Look, I mean, we all know how, we'd all agree, I mean, protected areas are extremely important to Nova Scotians. There's so many benefits from protected areas. Obviously they help us mitigate and adapt to climate change. They provide us with clean air and water. They strengthen our biodiversity. They provide habitats for our wildlife, our fish and birds. And just, look, we know they improve our overall quality of life and our physical, mental, and spiritual well-being for Nova Scotians. And so with respect to Archibald Lake, I want the member to know no decisions have been made with Archibald. We've heard many viewpoints on all sides during the consultation, and we're taking the time to consider them carefully. Ingram is one of the many sites that we're consulted on, and with respect to Ingram, we're working to make a decision on that.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, so we don't know when we can expect to see the decisions, but they are both being reviewed. That's what I'm hearing from that answer. And yes, I also understand that protected areas are important for our health and well-being. And not only that, it's the law, as the minister mentioned earlier. It's the law that 20% need to be protected by 2020 or 2020. My gosh, 2030. The department's business plan notes that there will be initiating planning, quote unquote, initiating planning towards the new 20% protection goal, end quote. But initiating planning or initiate planning is very vague wording. So I'm wondering if the minister could talk about, so once the 13% is, the 14% of the 2013 plan would be completed. When can we, does the minister have a goal for beginning the actual protecting of the rest of the 6%?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, thank you to the member for this very important question. So we have about 160 sites to complete. We're focused on that with respect to the 2013 plan, and then from there, we're going to obviously have to pivot very quickly to complete our work within 2023 for the AGRA strategy to move towards 20% of protection of land and water. And I also want to highlight for the member that the province is working with the Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq on the IPCA, the Indigenous Protected and Conserved Area, and any new IPCA sites proposed for Crown lands. Mr. Chair, this will undergo public and stakeholder consultation. So certainly there is a lot of work taking place on this file within our division of sustainability and applied science.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am glad to hear that those Indigenous protected areas are continuing to be worked on. I recognize that all new areas will require, that not all new areas will require purchase of land, but as the minister stated earlier, there are a few that the province doesn't own right now. Has there been an analysis done of how much it may cost in land purchase to reach 20%, the 20% goal?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, the member, for the question. So that strategy that will be devised by 2023, that's going to guide us where the land is that we're going to be designating to get to that 20%. That strategy, of course, is going to outline the investments that will be required, and certainly I also want to highlight, 16 million that we're utilizing from the Federal Challenge Fund for land conservation. So certainly, as you know, from your questions and the answers I'm giving, you can tell there's a lot going on when it comes to land conservation.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to the minister. Yeah, so that was kind of one of my next questions. So the 16 million, so my question was going to be, is there money in the capital plan for purchasing land for protection in this fiscal year? Or are we expecting all the money to be coming from federal funding? So you've mentioned 16 million of federal money. Wondering how much land that will buy. So what, like, there are, in the 2013 plan, there are areas that we need, if we're going to protect them, we need to purchase them. So I'm wondering, with that 16 million, how far are we getting into the plan? And how, I mean, look, you're the minister's the head of the Treasury Board. I know he's interested in fiscal management, so he must be thinking about the future and how much things are going to cost. So what will 16 million get us, and is that this year? And how are we looking at the budget in the future?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. So we have 3.7 million left over from the Federal Challenge Fund within the operating budget. This fiscal, we used $1 million to purchase 400 hectares. And I just want to sort of caveat that with, a lot of the funds get directed to land trusts to facilitate that. And then with respect to the capital plan, if you look at the capital plan, natural resources and renewables has land that they use for the purpose of protecting. So that's outlined in the capital plan. And again, I just want to highlight, this is a very important discussion that we're having, and I want to thank the member for the questions, because it highlights the work that is going on now, that will really get going once we complete that 2013 plan, and then we get to working on building in a very formal way that strategy for land protection to get to that 2030 goal, and we have to have that going by 2023. So a lot of work going on.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the mandate items for the department was to, quote, update the environmental impact assessment process to consider the cumulative impacts of any development that would potentially affect wetlands, rivers, lakes, or other aquatic environments, end quote. The words cumulative impacts also appear in this year's business plan, in the plan to modernize the environmental assessment process. So my first question about this is, I'm wondering if the minister can talk about why we need to update our EA process to consider those impacts, and what progress has been made thus far in your mandate, in his mandate, excuse me.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question on updating our environmental assessments. These environmental assessments that we currently use were created in 1995, and the last update was about 10 years ago. So we know how important this is, and I want to assure the member that some initial work has begun on this. Certainly, as as a minister in charge of a regulatory department, I know how important these things are. Nova Scotians, they want our regulations modernized to reflect the times in which we're in, and so some initial work has begun, and some of that initial work has been related to jurisdictional scans, looking at what what best practices are in other provinces. So I want to assure the member that some initial work is ongoing, and the goal in EGCRA is that this is to be completed by 2024.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So by 2024, so I take it from that then that the environmental assessments, like the updated process, won't be in place for the environmental assessments in the new special planning areas, i.e. the developments for housing that have just been approved, the nine special planning areas. Can the minister confirm that that is correct? That is, that there will not be an updated EA process in time for those special planning areas?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member, thank you for the question. Certainly, as I've indicated, updating our environmental assessments it is a goal in ACRA that we need to have completed by 2024. And we do have a very strong regulatory regime here in Nova Scotia. I mean, Nova Scotians expect strong regulations when it comes to the protection of our environment and mitigating the impacts to our environment. And as a regulator, I'm very, very confident in those environmental assessments, but do acknowledge that we do need to look at analyzing and updating those as per the commitments in ACRA. Now, with respect to housing developments, housing developments do not trigger an environmental assessment. Certainly, as indicated, my role is to ensure all environmental processes are adhered to. So for the members, just so for their personal knowledge, development can happen in or near a wetland, but approval from the department is required. A developer cannot begin work until they have obtained all the required permits, and they have to meet their municipality's requirements. If there's impact to more than 2 hectares of wetland, then an environmental assessment is required. And so this is outlined, Mr. Chair, in the Nova Scotia Wetland Conservation Policy that outlines our approach to regulating wetlands. So Mr. Chair, again, an environmental assessment is not triggered by a housing development.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the Minister for that clarification. Kind of as a side, a lateral question here on this subject. Last night in the Minister's opening comments, he referenced the beautiful lakes in our province. And he and I have often, proudly represented the city of lakes together on various things. In fact, our ridings share a couple of lakes, Lake Micmac and, that's it, I think. Anyhow, I know that he is very concerned about the health of the Dartmouth lakes and the urban lakes in his constituency as I am in mine. But I guess in the comments that the minister made last night, he referenced that people need to stop using fertilizers, and we know that is a problem with the blue-green algae that's becoming more and more common in Bannock and Micmac. But we also know that nutrient loading is happening because of development and the lack of, enforcement, or the lack of, the lack of what am I trying to say? The inability of the department and the EAs, the assessors, to keep up with complaints. And so I guess my question about this is, how many assessors does the department have that's looking at sort of urban, like, developments around urban lakes? We've heard from a number of people who, call the department as the regulator and sort of don't get much of a reply in terms of, what can be done. And there's been big spills and over the years, and that's contributed to this issue quite a lot. So I'm wondering if there's how many assessors are there that are sort of working on this on the ground in HRM, and how is there an increase, or is there an increase in the budget for this type of environmental assessor to be doing this work? And also, I guess, we've heard that there's issues with timelines, and in some cases the expertise of the enforcement officers. So I'm wondering if the minister could just speak to that a little bit.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member for this very, very important question. I know the member and I share a very strong passion for our lakes, not only in Dartmouth, but throughout the thousands of lakes we have throughout our beautiful province of Nova Scotia. We do have a very strong and robust inspection, compliance, and enforcement when it comes to the health of our lakes. We have regional offices that are available throughout Nova Scotia 24/7 if there's any issues related to our lakes. We have a great team of inspectors. Here in the central area at the Bedford office, we have 20 inspectors devoted to this. And certainly, if the member ever has any concerns, to reach out to that Bedford office. The member, talked about, blue-green algae, and this is, we need to be aware of the potential presence of blue-green algae blooms, and we have to take the steps to protect ourselves. Blue-green algae, I've had quite a few briefings on this in my time as minister. It moves around, it reforms, it recurs, and it makes testing challenging, making testing representative of a moment in a time and in one spot. So it presents a lot of challenges. The best protection against blue-green algae is to be informed. And that's why this year, the Department of Environment and Climate Change is going to be running an education campaign to create greater awareness of the presence of blue-green algae and what to look for. We know that hot, dry periods followed by large rainfalls, Mr. Chair, and subsequent runoff, these are the favorable conditions for blue-green algae, and we can expect to see blooms more frequently due to climate change, and that's going to be even in our pristine lakes. So Environment and Climate Change is also committed through EGCRA, the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act. We're committed to developing a provincial water quality objectives to guide activities that can affect water quality and factors in the occurrence of blue-green algae. So in terms of the inspection side, we have a strong team of inspectors ready to serve, ready to go on site and work with communities. And speaking of community, certainly when it comes to the health and vitality of our lakes, it's an all hands on deck approach. Nova Scotia needs communities to take ownership of our lakes, and certainly this summer you're going to see an ad campaign from Environment and Climate Change to get information out to Nova Scotians about blue-green algae and how best to protect yourself from that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I agree that community groups taking ownership, as it were, of lakes is really important. I look to the Oat Hill Lake Conservation Society as a shining example of that type of work, but I will, acknowledge that, for, that particular community happened to have a number of biology experts living around the lake, as it were, as it happened, and they've done excellent work, and it does give a sense of pride in the lake. But that's not always possible for communities, and I hope the minister acknowledges that there needs to be some, the buck has to stop somewhere, and there needs to be some responsibility taking for issues in our lakes. And I know that in my community of Dartmouth North, people are endlessly frustrated with the batting back and forth of jurisdiction between the city, the province, and the feds, in fact, about whose responsibility it is to help. And in fact, there is a community group that would love to help around one of the lakes, and they're hamstrung by the shooting back and forth of responsibility. So it's a lot of work, and we're going to have to keep working on it. I'm going to change subject now. It's come to light that the province has written off the largest fines for breaking environmental laws in Nova Scotian history. What confidence can people have in our environmental laws when companies like Aspatagan Developments Limited and Aspatagan Ridge Incorporated can fill in a wetland for a golf course and then just walk away from the penalties? So that's my first question. And the B part is, how many other fines have been written off this year?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. So certainly in those two cases, I mean, that was investigated, fines were levied, and certainly, look, I mean, as a regulator, I mean, this has to happen. That process needs to unfold, and certainly on the inspection compliance side, all the protocols were followed. And look, I mean, I know Nova Scotians expect that companies operating here will be responsible environmental citizens, and that's where our inspection compliance division comes in. And in this case, fines were levied for those environmental infractions, but the entities, they went bankrupt, and the amount was deemed uncollectible. But I want to assure the member that we're always looking at ways we can improve our environmental regulations, our laws, to ensure that we hold developers accountable.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that the companies went bankrupt, but and then the fines couldn't be levied. But I guess the question was, how are Nova Scotians supposed to have confidence in environmental laws? Like, the minister himself has just referenced the EGCRA law, which is law, several times in this session, and there's a whole bunch of stuff that we need to do in order to save the planet, without, mincing words about it. And, what happens if those goals aren't kept? So, where is the accountability? I know we're talking about private companies and we're talking about the government, but it's the sort of same question, because ultimately it's the environment that suffers. So it's good to see that the government would be improving environmental, protections, but if there's no real penalty for companies, then, we would be getting, hopefully we don't already have it, a reputation for for being soft on environmental polluters. In the introduction last night, the minister said that the Coastal Protection Act regulations won't be finished until 2023. So we were here a year ago warning that another building season was upon us with no regulations in place. I'm wondering if the minister is concerned about this, that we are now into another building season with no regulations in place.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the member for the question on the Coastal Protection Act. A lot of work has gone into that, and this is about getting it right. And a lot of work is going into to those regulations. And we have 13,000 kilometers of diverse and beautiful coastline. And we know that that coastline is vulnerable to the impacts of climate change from erosion and coastal flooding. So I want the member to know that the department is currently developing those regulations, and it's going to help keep future development out of flood-prone and erosion-prone areas while helping to protect coastal ecosystems. As the member is probably aware, the department conducted public consultation in 2021, and we just recently released what we heard report about that. We also undertook consultation with the MICMA of Nova Scotia under the terms of reference process, and I want the member to know that that process is still ongoing, and we plan to continue to work on those regulations. It is, we've indicated we want to have this ready to go by 2023, but there's still a lot of work that's taking place. And we're going to continue to work with the municipalities, the Association of Nova Scotia Land Surveyors, Engineers Nova Scotia, Geoscientists Nova Scotia, and the MICMA. And as I indicated, I mean, the goal is to have this ready to go for implementation for it to take effect in 2023.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North with 3 minutes to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just finish this round with this question. The Climate Change Division has increased from 19 to 28.7 full-time positions, but the budget has gone from 2.1 million to 1.8 million. Can the minister explain those changes?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for this very important question. Certainly to see that growth in staffing at the Climate Change Division, and this is a priority to me as Minister. I have a lot of priorities, but obviously ensuring the growth of that division is very important to me, because climate change is the challenge of our times. So certainly, my behaviors you're seeing, I think, reflect that sense of urgency. And that's why, we've seen an increase in staffing, because there's so much work that needs to be done. With respect to the funding, this comes from the Green Fund, and the Green Fund is not represented in the budget. This is a special purpose fund to mitigate and adapt to the realities of climate change, to help Nova Scotia move towards a sustainable, clean future. And that's why this evening I took time to talk about the actions we've taken. $44.9 million worth of actions through the Green Fund to support Nova Scotians, to help Nova Scotians adapt to the realities of climate change. So in terms of increasing the staffing at that division, in terms of spending significant amounts of money, I believe we're on the right path. And it's an amazing group of professionals that I get to work with each and every day.
Order. Time has elapsed for the NDP caucus first hour. I'll now recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's great to be here on estimates to ask some questions to the Minister, and want to say thank you to the staff at Environment. I've been in that position before. I know they're all working really hard, and what I've always said is an underrated department, one of the most important departments we have, increasingly so as we move forward in the climate crisis and try to tackle some tough issues, and as a regulator and dealing with things as important as solid waste. And so my questions are, so the Minister knows, I'm sure he's not surprised, around HRM's landfill, which is hosted in my community in Timberley Prospect. The Otter Lake landfill has certainly, over my entire tenure as an MLA, there was always pressure to try to find ways to reduce the environmental protections from HRM to save some money. And even before I've been an MLA, I've been involved in trying to ensure that people realized how important the commitments were made to the community. So the moral commitment that is with HRM in the community, which has been enshrined in the permit for so long, and the environmental commitment. So just some context, I did introduce a bill before I was in cabinet called the Otter Lake Landfill Act, that would enshrine one of those commitments, which was to keep the vertical and horizontal parameters around the site where it started, the commitment of 7 cells, and not allow the extension of cell heights to go above the tree line. That was something I knew HRM was going for, to keep the landfill open longer, which would reduce costs. Every cell that's built is millions of dollars, and I knew that we had to put a line in the sand, given that a lot of the community expected it to be a 25-year landfill. That was what most people thought it would be. It was very hard to site a landfill. And I thought it was a practical place to say, we're just going to put it in law and take that off the table. I would have put in law, in legislation, the other commitment, which is the front-end processor and waste stabilization facility. I didn't feel the need to put that in law because we had all parties in the legislature commit, and it was the PC party that actually put the resolution forward to be voted on to commit to keeping those safeguards. People can have different opinions on whether they value those systems or not, but the reality is that was put forward by that caucus at the time. And there were other commitments about having extra cell liners to ensure that we keep leachate out and stuff like that. So you can imagine my surprise when the province did approve the operation of those facilities, in layman's terms, the sorting line, and the facility that dries out organics that prevents it from becoming a second generation landfill that you find in rural areas. So I just want to ask the minister to start off, does the minister accept that Otter Lake is an urban sited landfill, which is the only one in the province immediately adjacent to an urban zone, commercial and residential development, and that the decision to site in an urban area would substantially reduce the yearly transportation costs? This is relative to the budget, since we're in estimates. This significantly reduces costs to bring waste to a landfill as it relates to the different distances that you see trucking across the province being brought to rural landfills, and that cost savings far outweighs the $2 million that HRM is trying to save by dismantling these environmental safeguards.
I recognize the Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for their question. And first off, I want to thank the member for their service to Nova Scotia, not only as a minister in various portfolios, but certainly serving as Premier of Nova Scotia. Mr. Chair, under the new Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, we're committed to growing the circular economy. Anyone that's read EGCRA knows that we're moving to expand extended producer responsibility, and we're committed to supporting the green economy. The local administrator's decision is in line with those goals, and as I indicated in the House a few weeks ago, it's that decision was based on science and the best practices, and the performance targets were put into that decision, and those targets indicate that the equipment must continue to operate until HRM submits a compliance plan for how it will meet those targets, as well as a household hazardous waste and special waste management plans. And that has to be deemed acceptable to the department. And certainly, as I indicated, community has the opportunity to appeal that decision. And as a regulator, I will ensure a strong stewardship of that process if community so chooses to do so.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberlake Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the challenge is when we hear words about the minister defending the administrator's decision is the next phase is for a potential appeal to that minister, but already you're defending that it's part of some environmental climate change act that you passed that reiterates a solid waste goal from the original Expo Act from 2007, as far as I can tell, the 300 kilograms, that's a goal. But you're defending something that you're saying staff made. And so the question the community is asking me is like, what is there any real reason to appeal if the minister has already made up his mind? I want you to comment on that genuinely. I think that's something that a lot of people want to know. But I also want to ask, is the minister aware that there's normally a required environmental assessment when siting a landfill? And he's aware that there was never an environmental assessment conducted at this site.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I good to go?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And certainly, I want to express that, as minister, I will keep an open mind. As a steward of the process, my job is to ensure process is followed. It's something as a regulator I take very seriously, those duties and responsibilities. And if the community so chooses to do that, I will most certainly keep an open mind. And referencing EGCRA and the circular economy goal was just to provide context, background information, and certainly throughout many of my answers this evening to members, I've talked about the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act. But certainly I want to assure community that as a steward of the process, if there's an appeal, if there's any appeal that comes to the minister, I look at that with an open mind. And then to the question related to environmental assessments, my staff has advised me that landfills do not trigger an environmental assessment.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my understanding is that at least in the 1990s and before that, normally an environmental assessment would be required, and that it was exempted because of significant public consultation that occurred, which led to a citizen stakeholder-led committee. And once that committee was put together, they decided upon, alongside community protections, that are now being considered for removal, some of them under this application. But I expect more from HRM, because I know colleagues that used to sit on council in the room, and they were in the room when there was a long list of cost savings recommendations that were presented in terms of having the cell heights go above the tree line, having exported waste to rural communities, and reducing the cell liner requirements, and so on down the line. I want to ask the minister, since he assured good stewardship of any potential subsequent appeal, if he's ever seen an applicant after being approved for an application, if you've seen an applicant look at dismantling any community organization's ability to operate in terms of seeking legal advice or funding positions within the community, and if he believes that that is a move that would be considered good faith, given that communities do need access to legal opinions from time to time. Has he ever seen, or has, since his department staff are there, in the midst of a potential appeal, has a community group, have they ever been restricted on their ability to seek legal advice?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for their question. And certainly, my focus is always on my role as regulator. And Again, I reiterate that this was a decision made by the local administrator, and there is an appeal process. And as I indicated to the member, if an appeal comes forward, I keep an open mind and be a strong steward of the process.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thanks to the minister, and through the chair to the minister, we do have a legal opinion, and I think this is the fear of HRM, because this is a very clear opinion, and I want the assurance from the minister that should an appeal come forward, this is from Patterson Law, which I tabled in the House. I'm not sure if you had the opportunity to read it, that HRM's overriding obligation under the agreement is to ensure that only acceptable waste as defined in the agreement is disposed of at the Otter Lake landfill. This is the key part of it. So maybe I could just ask the question first. Does the minister understand what acceptable waste is before I go any further? As defined in the agreement? I'm sure staff would be able to inform him.
I recognize the honourable minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. I can't speak to a contract that the province isn't a part of, and as the regulator, it's my job to ensure that process is followed. And again, this was a decision of the local administrator, and in my capacity as minister, as the regulator, I'll continue to steward the process.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to help the minister out, it is when it's inert materials, stable materials, and residual materials. That means everything must be either free of protrusible materials upon their arrival or must undergo biostabilization. And that's the legal agreement that I'll table again, which I already have. But I want the minister to know that that is very clear under, and I know there's very capable lawyers in the department that I hope he's seeking advice from, that says, and nobody's saying we need to keep these machineries unless we have something that's alternative. They've been there for a long time, so maybe there's something better, but this is clearly a step back. And I think that we owe it to the community an explanation. Just to provide some background, there was good faith on the community. There was a proposal put forth by the Halifax Waste Resource Society, which is the signatory to the agreement in 1999, a year ago, sent to Mayor Savage to collaborate, to seek less expensive ways as the present front-end processor and waste stabilization to achieve that acceptable waste, which is no recognizable raw organic received at our lake to go into the landfill without processing to become inert. But the position of the community always has been not to dismantle those systems until until we can find that satisfactory achievement. And that was the #1 concern raised in the public survey, that no amount of reactive measures proposed by HRM would assuage the large percentage of residents within the defined affected communities. So I wonder if the minister has taken a look at and considered that proposal that was put forward a year ago in good faith to the mayor, if that was provided, if he was able to review that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. As I previously indicated, as the member knows, an application was made, and that decision on the application was made by the local administrator. There is an appeal process, and as I previously indicated, if the community chooses to appeal, I will most certainly keep an open mind.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if there is an appeal, I hope that the minister will be well versed in Section 52(2) of the Environment Act, that when deciding pursuant to a subsection 1 whether a proposed activity should proceed, the minister shall take in consideration such matters, which include whether adverse effects from the proposed activity are unacceptable. In this case, I would submit that those adverse activities could be odor, could be more vermin, could be more litter. These were pointed out by environment staff before. And under the regulations, under the approval notification procedure, this is the other component too that's very important in any approval process, is that unless specified otherwise on the application form or class of approval sought by the minister in subsection 2, an application must be accompanied by all the following information, which includes a description of any public consultation undertaken or proposed by the applicant. So the minister has to take into account any required public consultation. I want to get an acknowledgement from the minister that he will abide by this very important statutory obligation that he has.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. As I previously indicated, it's known that an application was made, the process was followed, the local administrator made this decision. There is, as the member knows, an appeal process if community so chooses to use that appeal process.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to make sure that the minister is aware of these obligations, given some scrutiny that is documented in the public consultation and who conducted it. Dillon Consulting conducted this public survey, the very company that recommended these changes, and that was scrutinized by Mr. Don Mills' report. I'd like to ask the minister, has the minister reviewed this public survey as part of the application?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. As I previously indicated, as we all know, an application was made. That application followed due process. The decision was made by the local administrator. The next phase of the process is an appeal if the community so chooses to do that.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to ask the minister, has the minister reviewed the Don Mills review sent to his department on February 4th, where he called the survey, and I quote, convenient and self-serving? This is a person, I'm sure the member knows, has had more than 40 years of experience in public opinion research. He's also noted, quote, the problem of not having an arm's length third party professionally independent conducting the public consultation process. He has a number of concerns here that I could list. And the study found, despite all that, that an extremely high overall level of concern in relation to the proposed deactivation of the FEP-WSF, such as 97% of respondents living within 5 kilometers of the facility expressed reservations about it. Does the minister share the concern that a consulting company that was involved in recommending these changes was also the company that did the survey? Does he share those concerns that a qualified expert reviewed in this case?
I recognize the honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. As I've stated, an application was made. That decision on that application was made by the local administrator. There is an appeal process, and if community so chooses to make an appeal, as I previously indicated as minister, I will keep an open mind.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I hope, if nothing else, that I'm providing some real documentation on what his obligations are in the Act and what experts have pointed out, even though I get the same answer on every question. But clearly, it's very problematic to have Dillon Consulting, the same company that prepared the closure review report, and is the company seeding feedback on this report, and then interpreting the results of the feedback. A perceived conflict of interest harms the credibility of the public consultation report they've been preparing. I can go on and on and on. Those aren't my words. Those are the words of a notable person that I've already referenced in the letter, which I'll table. I'm not sure if that's how it works here. February 4th, that letter that the minister was copied on. So I would hope that that's considered in any review of this application on the second round. I think I'm going to continue to get the same answers, but I'll try to ask some general questions around solid waste that would be helpful. Does the minister believe that the black bag contents what does he believe the black bag contents consist of that end up in Otter Lake and that are no longer going to be sorted at the sorting line? Does he believe that there is source separation, or does he have any audit information of what's in the black bag?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And as I have indicated and previously stated, as a regulator, my role is to ensure strong stewardship of the process. This was a decision of the local administrator, and there is an appeal process. And as I previously indicated, if an appeal comes to the department, I will keep an open mind.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the member knows that there's a lot of mixed waste going into those black bags, certainly not the same as what's in the clear bags. We all know advancement has been made with source separation in the province, but there's clearly organics going into that black bag, and I think the member knows that. Maybe he has audit information on what's going into the institutional commercial and industrial waste stream, which is now going to other landfills in the province. I think that's a concern. Part of the reason why there is less of mixed waste going into Otter Lake is because of the export decision. And so I'll get to why people are very worried about that. But as a baseline, I'd like to know from the department. I think they have an idea of how much mixed waste is being exported out. So what can the minister tell me about what's known as ICI? What is in that waste stream?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. That's not information I have at my fingertips, but I certainly want to reiterate that the decision that was made by the local administrator. Process was followed. As a steward of the process, I'll continue strong stewardship of the process, and the next phase of the process is an appeal if the community so chooses.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I hope the minister can table the information in the House whenever he's able to get that for me. It's very important because I think what most people in the community are concerned about is the extent that we've made some achievements with residential waste, with clear bags, going further back with green bins. That's the case that has been made of why we no longer need a sorting line and why we don't need to treat organics. I don't accept that because there still is the black bag. I think it's a better argument if you had all clear bags and everyone was source separating. But having said that, I think everyone knows that apartment buildings with large bins, that institutions, you're talking about hospitals and schools, aren't seeing the same level of source separation, and that has been exported out to rural landfills. The next stage in this, if you look at history and the cost savings being the only objective of HRM Council, certainly not the environment, is that they will look to bring that waste back because it costs money to export out. So now that they've gotten something that they weren't able to achieve in 8 years of liberal government, no sorting line, is they will start to look at more cost savings. They're not going to be able to go higher with the cell heights because of my bill. They're not going to be able to build more than 7 cells because of my bill. Otherwise, they'd want to keep that landfill there forever. when we should be looking at the circular economy, as you have said in the House before. Sorry, as the Minister has said in the House before. So the other part, which was a recommendation, was looking at how they can bring back all of that mixed waste. I want a commitment from the Minister that he won't allow ICI waste to come back, all that mixed waste. That's the real concern. That he will not allow that egregious tearing up of an agreement with the community to take away a sorting line and say, now we're going to allow all this commercial waste that is nowhere near source separated. I would really implore the Minister to give some confidence in the community, that that they will not allow unsorted waste to come back to Otter Lake landfill. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the questions. And certainly that question that's a good question for HRM. But certainly, in point of fact, any terms and conditions issued by our department, we expect entities to comply with those terms and conditions. And in point of fact, those conditions include the requirement to maintain the FEP, WSF, and operational condition following deactivation. Another condition includes develop a plan with timelines to meet a performance target for banned compostable waste and conduct routine audits to demonstrate compliance. The FEP WSF cannot be shut down until a plan has been received and accepted by the department. Prepare and implement a plan to reduce the amount of household hazardous and special waste being landfilled, and to develop a procedure to remove large household appliances and other bulky materials that can be recycled from the waste stream. And Mr. Chair, as I previously indicated, again, this was a decision of the local administrator. There is another phase to the process if community so chooses, and that next phase is an appeal if the community chooses.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to accept the minister's answers, and hopefully he'll read through some of what I've tabled today. I think it's pertinent to any potential review. I'll pass my time to my colleague for the remainder, but it's a very important subject that I hope that he knows is important to the communities of Beachville, Lakeside, Timberley, Prospect, who have hosted this landfill almost the amount of time that they thought they were, and they just don't want to go back in time. So I implore the minister to take this, his fiduciary role, very, very seriously in this matter, and I think that it's important to consider public feedback in any environmental application, especially when you have such an overwhelming majority concerned about it, and of course what we've raised in the House around environmental racism and the fact that a Black community is within 5 kilometers of this site is no accident, and I think the member knows that. Where you see 30% of African Nova Scotians living near landfills, that's documented, and Dalhousie studies, Human Rights Commission studies have said that we should no longer be citing landfills near Black communities, and that was in '92. And of course, a few years later, the landfill was cited in Beachville, Lakeside, Timberley, when it wasn't even on a short list for HRM to decide where the landfill was going to go. There were many other sites that were supposed to be put forward first that had stronger, I would say, political connections and potentially financial considerations before it was cited there. So all the community wants is to not go backwards. So I hope the minister can keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the member. And I will now recognize the member for Annapolis. Time is now 6:18.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the minister for being here tonight to answer my questions. The first one is on behalf of my colleague and friend from Northside Westmount, and he would like to know if the minister's willing to raise the threshold for rebates on e-bikes from 500-watt bikes to 750-watt bikes.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
From time to time, Mr. Chair, my colleague from NRR and I get people confuse us. I have a better haircut than that minister in my estimation, but the question that's been asked is a really important question, but that's a question that's best, that's within the scope and domain of natural resources and renewables.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the minister, and I'll ask the minister of DNRR that tomorrow when I'm up for estimates. I guess continuing in a similar theme with my colleague, there's a site in Annapolis County called the Arlington C&D site. It's a private dump. Dozens and dozens of constituents have reached out to me concerning the site over the last 7 months. And my first question would be, is the minister aware of this site, and is this particular site approved to accept asbestos as far as he knows?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I'm certainly familiar with Arlington Heights. I've received briefings on this, and I know community groups in your area have expressed concerns related to this facility. And I mean, overall, I mean, Mr. Chair, we know Nova Scotians. I mean, they're concerned about if there's contamination in the environment. They're concerned about potential impacts, to drinking water and to air. And so, since becoming minister, I want to assure the member, that I've been briefed on this file, and I've been briefed on the violations that have happened in 2020. And I want to be clear. I mean, that is concerning, and that's unacceptable. As the regulator, I expect all companies to follow our environmental laws. So I've asked my staff to work with the facility to ensure that they're following our environmental laws, and to reiterate, Mr. Chair, that the property owners they're responsible for ensuring these sites are managed in a way that protects human health and the environment, and ensures that there's no further damage. The recent update I've received is that the new owners are cooperating with our regional office, and all complaints to date have been followed up and actioned as required by environment and climate change. And I want the member to know, I mean, please at any time, and your members of your community, to reach out to our regional office with any concerns.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
I want to thank the minister for that. It's nice to know he's aware, and he's been briefed, and he's aware of certain infractions. There's auto shred residue, ASR. Some classify it as toxic waste, others as hazardous material. And I guess apparently a large amount of ASR has been, for years, been brought from sites in HRM to this facility in our backyard. So I guess could the minister confirm that this practice has been ongoing? Is it still ongoing? Maybe the amount of ASR at the site? Those kind of questions. Thank you. I guess that was 3 in 1, wasn't it?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Environment and Climate Change. Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute, Minister.
All right, almost 2.5 hours in, and that's the first time I did that. So, Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you to the member for their question. Thank you for bringing this issue to my attention. And I want the member for Annapolis to know that an inspector from our Kentville office will be reaching out to him, to his constituency office, to him tomorrow to discuss this further.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
I appreciate that. So looking forward to that conversation. I won't be there. I'll be here, but we can arrange to chat about it more. I guess switching up to, again, it goes back to concerns from the community and dozens of people reaching out to me. And I'm wondering, does the department monitor water quality surrounding a private dump or a C&D site? Especially, I think there's, brooks and streams and sourced by the Arlington wetlands in that area. So I'm just wondering if the department enforces that water quality or monitors that water quality.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Environment and Climate Change with 5 minutes or less than 5 minutes to go.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. Question. So as per the approval, water quality is monitored at that site, meaning inspectors can show up at any time and request to inspect the groundwater. But I think we're going to add this to the list of things that inspector will discuss with you or your constituent assistant when we make that call to you to discuss this issue further. And I want to thank you for bringing this matter to my attention.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
I want to thank the minister for that. So looking forward to that conversation with whoever reaches out tomorrow. I guess to add to the list, the same kind of questioning around soil. So soil quality, soil monitoring at the site, around the site. Again, constituents are concerned about their water sources, soil in their property, and so on and so forth. So just looking for some answers around enforcement of soil content and that sort of thing. I guess that's more.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change with 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to reiterate, at any time, the MLA for Annapolis to reach out to the Kentville office at any time, so certainly I think that conversation that the inspector will be having with either you or someone from your constituency office, we're going to add soil to the list. And certainly this is, again, thank you for raising these issues. And I have a feeling that that phone call may turn into a meeting with that inspector. So certainly being aware of how busy the member is with the duties assigned to us through the legislature, but most certainly will ensure that an inspector reaches out to your office tomorrow to engage in discussions.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
I won't thank the minister. It'll take too much time. So last question. Arlington experienced a major fire in 2018. In quotes, contamination exceeded Canadian guidelines for the protection of aquatic life. Could my community receive information collected through this investigation? As of now, we have no information. Thank you.
Order. Thank you, Minister. I'm going to pass it on to the NDP caucus. So I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Delighted to be back for a second hour of questions. I want to ask about the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund. It's being funded through the Green Fund for $15 million over 3 years. An RFP for administering the program was put out in January 2022. I'm wondering why that fund is not being administered within the department, number one, and B part is, can the minister give us an update on the RFP process and where it is right now? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question regarding the Sustainable Community Challenge Fund. But just before I answer that, I just want to answer the question very quickly for the MLA for Annapolis. Add that topic of aquatic to the list. of things that MLA will discuss with the inspector when they call tomorrow. Now to the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund. I'd like the member for Dartmouth North to know that we are in the final stages of that RFP, and we'll be making an announcement soon. And then with respect to an external group, external groups are being analyzed because we know that they're best responsive to what's happening within communities. We need that to be nimble. We need it to be responsive to what's happening in our communities in Nova Scotia. And if I may ask, Mr. Chair, I'm wondering if I could get 5 minutes to use the bathroom, and then can we reconvene in 5 minutes? I've been drinking quite a bit of water here.
We'll take a 5-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 6:42. Order. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We know that the design of the cap and trade program is being revised right now, and all options for meeting our obligations for carbon pricing are being considered. We heard from Mr. Hollett at committee about that some weeks ago. I can't remember what committee at this point. Last night you said in your remarks, last night the minister said in his remarks that when a decision is made, it will be announced. I think that people would like to know more about what's at stake and what's driving the analysis of the department right now. And I'm wondering if the minister could briefly talk about, what's going into the thinking around the cap and trade program and where we're at with it right now. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for this very important question on carbon pricing. There's a lot of work that's ongoing with respect to that. And for now, it's business as usual. There's no changes at this time. We continue to have a cap and trade program. But certainly the government acknowledges that carbon pricing, this is an effective tool to reduce emissions. And it's going to help us respond effectively to the climate crisis. So as I had previously indicated in the legislature and in my opening remarks last night, government is looking at options on the best approach for Nova Scotians that will meet the new federal requirements. So I'd like the honourable member to know that we're still conducting analysis that will inform a decision. No decision has been made, and we will communicate a path forward to Nova Scotians as soon as that decision is made. As I indicated, this is because of the new federal government requirements, where provinces and territories. I'm sure the member knows that there's new rules to price carbon pollution, and so certainly once a decision's made, we'll be communicating that to Nova Scotians.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. Any sort of estimate on that timeline?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
thank you, Mr. Chair. And I mean, this is such an important piece of policy, public policy. I want to assure the member that we are taking the time to get this right. The new rules, federal rules, won't be in place till 2023, so we do have time. So we are doing our due diligence, taking our time to ensure that we have a system that works for Nova Scotia. So it's too premature at this time to give a definitive date, but as I indicated, I mean, the new rules will be in place in 2023.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Taking the time to get it right, just like old Alexander Keith. So I guess it's a fine tradition in Nova Scotia. Wanted to ask the minister about the mandate letter. In the mandate letter, it called for the creation of a new funding navigator within the department, to help support businesses and individuals seeking to apply for federal funding programs. I'm just wondering if the minister could point to where that is in the budget, that new position, where it is reflected in the budget.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And to be honest, I didn't even think I was quoting Alexander Keith. So, but thanks for the reminder. So, look, I mean, we're 7 months, 8 months into to our mandate. There's ongoing work with that funding navigator. We still have many years of work ahead of us, and certainly, if you look at the mandates in that letter, I'm committed to advancing and working on all of them. That's why so many of those mandates were placed into the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act. With respect to navigators, I certainly acknowledge the important role that they play, and I certainly think of an organization I know you're familiar with, the MLA for Dartmouth North, the Clean Foundation, and you think of the work that they do with EV Assist, Energy Assist, Solar Assist. So I certainly see how important the role of a navigator is with these things, but there is ongoing work taking place with that funding navigator.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Got it. Thank you. During the election, blue ribbon panels of subject experts were promised as a solution for divisive environmental assessment issues where industry is pitted against the environment. I'm wondering if the minister can expand on the notion of blue ribbon panels, and in fact, it would be really helpful if the minister could give a couple of, or even one, real-life example of where a blue ribbon panel could be used, like a real-life panel example in Nova Scotia, where a blue ribbon panel could be used.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question on blue ribbon panels. Very important question. As the member knows, the government committed to reviewing and modernizing the EA regulations by 2024, and this is a goal that no doubt the member's aware is placed into EGCRA. The environmental assessment process allows for sustainable development while ensuring the environment and surrounding communities are protected. Updating that process will strengthen its ability to support the greening of traditional industries and emphasize the connection between the economic, social, and environmental well-being of the province. That review is going to consider many things. It's going to include cumulative impacts. It's going to include diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's going to include Neduglamik. It's going to include climate change, and planning is underway on that. So when we talk about blue ribbon panels, we're talking about modernizing the process that aligns with the vision of the environmental goals and Climate Change Reduction Act.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, well, my next question was going to be, why is the blue ribbon panel part of the mandate, or sorry, why is this part of your mandate, i.e. the blue ribbon panel, not in the business plan? But it sounds like I've answered, or I guess that answered that question too. So I'll move on. Nova Scotia has not had a new climate plan since 2009. So the climate change plan for clean growth is long overdue, and it's good that it will soon be released, and everyone is very excited about it. So I'm wondering if the minister can give us a date for the release of the climate change plan.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for their question on the climate plan. As you know, this is one of the goals for 2022 in EGCRA to release the climate change plan. And I can tell you the actions in this plan are going to help articulate how we're going to create the jobs of the future, to how we'll create more energy efficient homes, how we're going to reach our 2030 targets, and give the direction on how we're going to get to that pathway to 2050. It's going to outline the steps we'll take to mitigate and adapt to climate change. It's going to talk about equity in terms of the just transition and ensuring vulnerable, marginalized communities, how we're going to ensure that how we mitigate climate change for those communities, and obviously in terms of how we're going to meet our goals in AGRA. So there's a lot of ongoing work taking place on that. I've certainly had the opportunity over the past number of weeks to meet with my ministerial colleagues, whether it's public works, agriculture, education, municipal affairs, and housing, to discuss the climate plan and the contents of the climate plan. A lot of work is going into this, and so the actions of this plan are just the beginning of the work I know we all have to do together. And so in terms of when this will be released, it's our intention to release this later this spring. As I indicated in my opening remarks last night, step one with this is getting the climate risk assessment released to Nova Scotians. Certainly this is in line with one of the goals for 2022 in AGRA, and certainly fulfilling recommendations of the Auditor General. The last time we had a climate risk assessment, I believe, was 2005. And then, as the member for Dartmouth North indicated, I mean, we haven't had a climate change plan since 2009. So I recognize there is a lot of Nova Scotians, and rightly so, awaiting this. This is extremely important work that's being undertaken, and I know the member knows that. And certainly I know staff here and staff throughout government departments are working on this.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Well, thanks to the minister for that. Yes, Nova Scotians are anxious. We hear continually that climate change is the greatest existential threat that we face, and we hear continually that the time is now, and we can hear continually, and we know, it's not just that we hear, but we know that if we don't move quickly, then it will be too late. It almost already is too late in many respects. Like there are unchangeable impacts now of climate change, as we all know, and so the sooner the better, obviously. And I'm glad to hear that the climate change plan will do all of those things. I fully expected it to, and I'm really hoping for, a robust plan that will actually show us how to reach those targets that are legislated now. It's going to be a big spring for Nova Scotians, folks. We're going to have the climate change plan. We're going to have the plan to fix healthcare. It's going to be so many plans. I don't know what we're going to do with ourselves. Okay. The question for the minister is, it was our caucus's impression that the previous government, that would be the Liberals, had done a lot of work on this plan prior to the election, and we're waiting for the results of the public consultations, which were done over the summer. So I guess I'm curious to know, and I bet it's something to do with taking the time to get it right, but I'll let the minister answer my question. Why has there been an additional 8 months required to finish the plan? Start pissing them off.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. It's a fair question. Certainly, upon being appointed to this position, the top line item in my mandate letter was to bring in new environmental and climate change legislation. So at that time, I directed staff to concentrate on that, utilizing the robust consultations that were done in the summer through the Clean Foundation. That went into informing heavily the building of the environmental goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, because I really felt when EGSPA was replaced by the SDGA, I really felt that legislation is far more powerful than regulation. There's a symbolism to it, not only symbolism, it's the law, right? And these are legislated targets, and legislation is very, very powerful. And so out of EGCRA will come the climate change plan, which will provide the detailed actions we'll take. And putting that climate plan into EGCRA was a top priority to me, because Nova Scotians, as the member for Dartmouth North pointed out, I mean, there's a real sense of urgency here, and it's not lost on me, just in terms of the folks that I represent in Dartmouth East, certainly my circle of friends, and certainly just my children. Certainly the most common discussion we often have when we're discussing public policy at the supper table is climate change, and what steps jurisdictions are going to be taking throughout North America, countries in the world, what steps that they're taking. And I've got a bunch of policy wonks at my dinner table every night, which is fantastic. But there's certainly this is the issue to the next generation, and I know that the member for Dartmouth North fully knows that. So we certainly we shifted our focus to get EGCRA in place. That was a lot of work. 28 goals legislated that provide the pathway. Now it's to get the concrete steps that we'll be taking, and that will be articulated in the climate plan. And again, I just want to take this opportunity to thank staff for the work that they're doing on that climate plan. It's extremely important work. And we know Nova Scotians, they want to know what concrete steps we'll be taking, and we'll be releasing that later this spring.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last night in the minister's introduction, he spoke a bit about the opportunities in the transition to clean energy. He spoke about a Clean Foundation initiative to train Black, Indigenous, and people of color in energy efficient trades. This is great to hear. I'm wondering if the department has done an analysis of its overall spending in relation to equity, diversity, and inclusion.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. With respect to the Green Fund, and 44.9 million was spent this fiscal in the Green Fund. And certainly, as the member knows, as everyone knows, I took some time to articulate those investments, actions that our government are taking on climate change. A third of those investments, Mr. Chair, are devoted to equity initiatives, specifically the $2 million on affordable housing retrofits, investments in affordable multifamilies, housing Nova Scotia, low-income apartments. These are significant investments to following the principles of equity, and the principle of equity is built into the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act. So certainly, as we continue to build the climate plan, as outlined, equity is a fundamental guiding principle of that. And in terms of when we go to allocate spending from the Green Fund, as I indicated, a third in this fiscal was devoted to the principles of equity.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In fact, I didn't ask about the Green Fund. I asked about the Clean Foundation initiative, but maybe that's funded through the Green Fund. Anyway, no biggie. But I guess my question really is there an analysis done of legislation and of budgets in relation to equity, diversity, and inclusion? And so, yes, I will give you that. I will give the minister that, doing energy efficiency and affordable housing is a matter of equity, absolutely. Energy poverty and whatnot. I could talk about that a lot longer. I wish I had more time. But anyhow, I'm talking about, I also want to know in relation to like cultural diversity and inclusion. And further, the RBC report, Powering Up, Preparing Canada's Skilled Trades for Post-Pandemic Economy, notes that in Canada, women just make up just 11% of new registrants for apprenticeship programs and continue to represent less than 4% of the workers in most in-demand trades. So I'm wondering if there is any thought, especially given the excellent tax break for skilled trades workers under 30, not really applying to very many women. Let's face it. I mean, it's a great program, but let's see either an investment in getting women in those skilled trades so they can benefit from that tax break, or offering it to women-centered trades as well. Anyway, that's a whole other situation. I'm wondering if the department has specific funding. Specific programming that it's funding for increasing women's participation in the skilled trades.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and certainly, thank you to the member. I mean, equity in the workforce is such an important topic. Certainly, it's something I've chatted with my daughters about, and so I do understand how important this topic is, and certainly I think in terms of specific answers, I think that would be best directed to labor skills and immigration. But Mr. Chair, I also just want to take a moment and, I mean, the principles of equity and the application of equity. We see this throughout the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act. Certainly, as a minister, I see the principles of equity embedded in all government departments. Specifically, within our department this year, we're going to be working with, the lead will be the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism. And we'll be working with them to put together the panel on environmental racism, which we have to have that panel together by this year. And of course, equity, the principle of equity, is also a part of the the environmental assessment review we need to conduct by 2024. So it's certainly a principle that is being put into action. I certainly do acknowledge. Absolutely, there's still a lot of work ahead, but I want to assure the member that very important principle is being put into practice within this government, within the legislation, within our initiatives. It is a lens by which we have to use as a unit of analysis as we make our decisions on very important matters of public policy.
I recognize the member from Halifax Needham. It's 7:16. We're going to close up at 7:30 in order for the minister to read his resolution. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question to the minister is that I was pleased that last fall that the amendment regarding the panel on environmental racism passed, and I'm grateful for that, and is now part of EGRA. Last night, the minister mentioned in his introduction that as first steps, he would be looking at what's been done in other jurisdictions. I would really, really, really like to encourage the minister to talk to people here in Nova Scotia. We have a long history of activism and resistance in the face of environmental racism, from Shelburne to here in Halifax. And so, with that being said, can the minister provide an update on the work thus far and which departments and offices? I mean, as you just mentioned, the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism was one of those offices, but which departments and offices are involved in this particular work on environmental racism?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for Halifax Needham. This is a very, very important question. Thank you for raising it. Absolutely, community voices are critical, and I want to assure the honourable member that those conversations will be taking place. Often, jurisdictional scans, as the member probably knows, is common practice in the development of public policy. That being said, though, absolutely, the unique experience of African Nova Scotians here in Nova Scotia and the history of environmental racism in this province. Absolutely, those conversations need to take place. And as minister in this government, I will most certainly be reminding my colleagues in the civil service to ensure that outreach is taking place. Absolutely. And then just with respect to, in terms of all the, I guess, the moving parts within government, African Nova Scotia Affairs, Office of Equity and Anti-Racism, Environment and Climate Change, LNU Affairs. I know there have been discussions at the deputy levels about this. So there is ongoing work, and I'd like the member to please know that what you indicated in terms of how important it is outreach with community. That is a key takeaway from budget estimates here. So I'd like to thank you for reminding me of that.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Last question of the night, maybe? Who knows? Maybe I shouldn't say that. A couple of nights ago, the Minister of Economic Development in estimates mentioned a just transition. And last night, the Minister, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, spoke about the IPCC report and the urgency required to address our rapidly changing climate. We've talked a lot about that tonight. But it leaves me confused, because every time we ask about ending all new bids for offshore oil and gas, the government deflects the question. So I'm wondering from the minister, what is stopping the department, the minister, the government, from closing that chapter of our, stopping all new bids for offshore oil and gas?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. That's a question for natural resources and renewables. So just, with respect to what we've done in the last 7 or 8 months, though, through the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, you see our commitment to net zero by 2050. You see the strongest greenhouse gas emissions reduction target in in Canada, 20% of land and water to be preserved by 2030. We see, of course, our commitment to renewables, 80% renewables by 2030. Lots of objectives to be met over the next number of years. But I would reiterate that the question that's been posed, that's most appropriate to natural resources and renewables.
Thank you, Minister. I recognize the member from Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, you know, listen, in as far as oil and gas are in the ground and natural resources, as it were, I guess that is true. However, the minister is the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, and we cannot attack climate change or address climate change if we continue to invest in fossil fuel exploration. And it seems to me that the minister, as the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, needs to be the leader in this. The province is looking to him to set us on a path where we can actually meet those very robust targets. So that is why I asked the question, but we will ask the Minister of Natural Resources, or whatever the department's called, if we get there, I suppose. But I would like to ask one, I think this is actually my last question. So earlier we were talking about protected land, and I asked about, the minister mentioned spending $1 million on 400 hectares of land. Now, in order to protect 6% of the province, which is what we need to get to accomplish our goal of 20% protected land, that would come out to about 33,000 hectares of land. And if you take the $1 million per 400, now listen, algebra was a strong point of mine in high school, but I will admit that I did not do this calculation myself. If you take that 1 million per 400 hectares, it comes out for 33,000 hectares, comes out to $82.5 million. Now, listen, we've got to spend money where we've got to spend money, and I acknowledge that not all of that money, or not all of that land is land that we need to purchase. But even if we said, like, you know, 25% of it was land that we had to purchase, we need to do that. And so I'm wondering when we're going to see any amount of money in the budget, or how we're going to see the money in the next couple of years in the budget to make sure that we are able to protect that land.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change with less than 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question on land protection, a very important topic. With respect to the Challenge Fund, a big portion of that fund that's been utilized is going to be able to secure 6,000 hectares of land And certainly as we move forward into 2023, as we develop that strategy to move towards 20%, that's going to guide us. And we know that the portfolio of land protection is going to require a lot of different aspects, whether it's the IPCA, whether it's private land, crown land, and so forth. And also, I want to assure the member, I mean, there are discussions taking place with the federal government. We know, and no doubt the member knows, that they have a great interest in land protection. So there are ongoing discussions with the feds in terms of how they can support our province in achieving that 20% goal. And I have to say, I've met with the Federal Minister of Environment and Climate Change on 3 occasions, Monsieur Stephen Guilbeault, and very good conversations with the minister. So certainly having that strong relationship with Ottawa is critical in achieving these goals, as I've often highlighted here evening.
Order, please. You have, Minister, you have 3 minutes before concluding the consideration of estimates for tonight. I invite the Minister to offer closing remarks and then read the Department's estimates resolution for E7.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just a few closing remarks. First of all, I'm extremely proud of the professionalism and hard work of the 323 colleagues that I have at Environment and Climate Change. What a talented, amazing group of professionals, and I want to thank them for all the support that they provided me this evening. Unbelievable work is taking place at this department. Unbelievable work on climate change and sustainable development policies throughout 12 government departments, and I want to thank all those in our civil service that are devoted to advancing these very, very important policies as outlined in the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act. I'm optimistic for the future, Mr. Chair, because I believe we've set a very strong foundation. And moving into this year, we will start to get into the specifics of how we will achieve that cleaner and greener Nova Scotia, the Nova Scotia of our dreams, the Nova Scotia that our children and grandchildren will inherit. And I know that burden of responsibility is not lost on us as policymakers, as those of us that work in government. We have a responsibility to ensure that the next generation has it better. And that being said, Mr. Chair, be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $37,901,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Environment and Climate Change pursuant to the estimate.
Shall resolution E7 stand? All those in favor say, I agree. I agree. All those opposed? The resolution stands. It is now 7:32 p.m. and the House is set to adjourn at 11:59 this evening. That concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the House again resolves into Committee of the Whole on Supply. Please return to your seats in the Legislative Chamber. The Committee of the Whole House must rise and report before the House concludes its business for the day. They will be concluding next door around 8:02. So I'll adjourn this meeting on Subcommittee on Supply. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Minister.